Alright. Think we're good? It finally popped. There we go. Make sure that I got this muted. There we go. Alright. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hopefully everyone's doing good this morning. I adjusted some of the stream settings. I'm hoping it's going to work properly today. Game audio can always be turned down at any point, but we'll see how everything else works. Just kind of testing out the bitrate a little bit. I don't know, some of these areas get a little pixely when you move around a lot, but some areas not as much, so this will be, you know, experiments in progress, I guess. Over time, figure out what's going on with the camera and the bitrate and all that. Anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started here. We've got one more day off for the weekend, so I'm gonna make use of it as best I can. Want to get as much of the MSQ finished as possible. I also have to do laundry today, so we'll eventually I'll have to get to that. So, right. Cheeseburger. That person's name is Cheeseburger. All right. I guess this isn't where we go. I'm just like autopiloting this right now. Oh, there it is. There she is. Ryle. It's good to be back with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Sarah. Ryle is appraising me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillows. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it pinning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. Deformed entities, there we go. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? I haven't even looked at them before. I will go.
Take heart and protect them well.
good. You're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
God, now I want me a messy burger, dude.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
I'm sure he's eating something. Even if it's a sandwich.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. cool, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
That was pretty funny. Finally I admitted why. Let's say, shall we call it a night?
One last cup of tea, then. Dickens said this brew helps relax the mind before bed. And gave us some leaves for free.
No, oh, some leaves. Green. I wonder what the green signifies in this game.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come
weird
to you
question.
once more as the bearer of bad news.
It's all your fault, Fandaniel.
Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether.
Which is good for me.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
He's Xenos.
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Otherwise, it's just he's Xenos, so nothing is ever going to please him. It's just who he is.
Then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Fair enough.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Ominous tidings. Okay, so 1 second. I'm gonna get this all set up here for me. Gotta find my lighter. Where the hell did that go? All of my stuff just got shifted around my desk and I don't know where. My lighter. Is it in my pocket? I guess for now I will just use matches. There we go. There we go. All set. Got some stress relief stuff going. Let's do this. Back at the story. Talk to Cryo over here. Oh, look at that. I'm starting to get the gooder stuff. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the scholar, Monteshane, and thank him for coming to our rescue at the rostra. Oh yeah, that old guy. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already been departed for Thavnir. Hold on just a second. Okay. You know, it's funny. First time I've ever had an incense that actually lit and then stayed on, like, stayed with an actual, stayed actually burning on fire. You know, all the way, like, a good inch. So it's gonna have some ash fall in just a second, and I'm just like kind of laughing because I'm just like, wow, I didn't expect that. So I actually had to go and blow it out just so that way it would not burn the whole thing. Anyway, as it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find out that he already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he's probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting on Y'shtola and the others, thought now would be a perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go head to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. It might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Heading out for a stroll? The scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I am too eager to see him, though somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and all our alma mater, no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go! Yes, off we go. Oh, that's right, can't mount here. I feel like I should just put that over here. Nah, I don't know. I'll have to figure that one out. I need to put that somewhere where I'll be able to use it easily, but at the same time, I just don't know where. Here it is, phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been out here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds, and experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental source of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlaine's most educated institute. He always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. Kinda had a feeling that's what they were thinking. He was on top form back then, youngest into the studium, graduate with the highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, I have ever been in his shadow, if nothing else. Just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at Last Stand. I know better than anyone that adoration the student body has for Alphino, with a bit of luck, might work in our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montachane. Our other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take. Of course, let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. It wouldn't be a quest unless you're looking for someone. Yeah, it was Alphino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leveilleur. And he's with his sister and Master Baldesian granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you were looking for a scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Alipo should have a better idea. Miss Alipo, huh? Did I miss the office? Was it the one back there? Nope, it's right here. Are you lost? Wandering off the streets, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And that's the second most important thing? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of the Paisa this, tongue of the Gigatoad that. That's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of the students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have to your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. That's the one I'm going with. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a scholar. I'm afraid we don't have any of those books in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him. Duh. Yes, he was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to the Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, but not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha. In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. All the blood-curdling screams. Right, okay. I think it'd be hilarious if you actually did hear a scream. Level-headed student, okay. Yes, the Scholar was here for a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though he spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps one of the auditoriums. Do-do-do. Monteshane.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student.
I'll at least admit that I did not like Alphino originally.
I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If
But
you
he's
ever need
grown on me.
advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
Damn it, dude.
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Okay, so
As
that's
such,
one theory
those
of mine.
entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Okay.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Really? This is actual
Ether,
class.
which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Yes, very good.
Corporal ether. I'm smart. Not really.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
The
Goddamn.
people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
It was deliberate. You can thank Yoshi P for that.
Which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I feel like it would, though.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Yeah. True.
But
It does defeat the
there are
purpose.
those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Close your mouth, dude.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Yay, books.
And I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Oh, now he just laughs as he walks away. Really? Come on. What's so funny? You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you are game, Ki Aliapo will put your artisanry to good use. Oh, what? Alright. So, I got a weapon offer. Item comparison. Well, that's kind of cool looking. More loot! Kryla is still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Okay. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we've one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling this friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo and the Scholark suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to worry about those things. It doesn't go... I don't even think she's got anything for me anyway. Look at that. It's red. What does it expect? Required job class. Okay, yeah. So it just wants me to do my crafting, so we'll hold off on that for a while. I don't care to swap to my disciple the hand or land stuff right now. I will do that later, however. That will be private time stuff, not for stream. I should have just used the Aethernet. Gorgeous. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scale was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea. That's right, they made one big thing. And the Eastern Alliance, blah 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 blah. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offense. Too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits in Wildbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? It's because he's tall. Duh. Why would you not have the tall person help you out? Gee, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vritra and the alchemists of great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Yep, they'll go right in my pocket, just like every other item that I get. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Form's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as an official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Yes, to Limsa Lominsa. Do 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 do. Feels weird being somewhere kind of familiar, you know? I was told to expect you. You may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seed Seer and Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Yes, just take me there. Ugh, man. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this decision be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to see what needs to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask you what your plan entails? You just attack the towers, that's it. And have Estinian break the things. It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time, Charlene, the allied nations have been engaged in separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Isal, and Ananta have given rise to an increased number of primals as well. Primal activity. But your triumph in Radzadhan has given us hope once more. This time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who shall show us the way. Oh boy! While the bulk of our forces still continue to hold the Telephoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilzabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in such a span. Its objectives are twofold. First is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telephoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from the suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that we choose to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there are no more reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe that the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot has toppled, we've failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of Telephoroi. There is certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. My words! Can't use them! This would appear to be substantiated by Ystola's analysis of the tower's influence in the ethereal occurrence. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our own benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we will begin their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume there's more than handing over these scales and being on our way. Yeah. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsbar contingent. Consider an official request, both from the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? They're just gonna do... Is that what they're gonna do? The fist thing? Perhaps we should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory. Nope. Didn't do the fist thing. Just did this. The RVD thing. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Yuri Anger have already pledged their support, are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come in the same direction as they did. Luckily for all of us, their prediction was correct. Once you deliver the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before Telefroy so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. We're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now, go safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Sweet. Sage! There's the Sage quest. I wanna go get it eventually. You know, the more I've seen of the Sage, I actually am kind of interested in playing Sage. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't really want to heal. But I'm gonna eventually unlock all the jobs anyway, right? So I can't just like not go get it. One thing I am looking forward to, however, I got my summoner to 31. I am looking forward to checking that out. Like, really, I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be great. I think that's going to be fun. Someone was saying in my free company chat that they're actually putting out some DPS too. Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Just between us, this was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of the finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aymeric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other comrades, commanders will be doing stuff, and I accidentally clicked through that, so thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh, look at that, Gaius. Word of your exploits traveled quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contributions to this occasion is but a minor one, but being the information I have shared with Maxima, for the sake of people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have stake in this. I do. The Telephoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with Ilsebard contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of the former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or held as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. I doubt they will be pleased to see the champion of Ares set foot in Garlean soil. I'm gonna pick that one. A fair point, but as long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. That's true too. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a man deserved of their trust. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may be defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere we depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. So, first things first. Do that. Open this. Use that. Try it on first. Okay, you know what, that looks kind of cool. Kind of cool. Let's get a comparison. Oh. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Retrieve materia. Retrieve materia. Retrieve materia. Retrieve materia. Like, if I'm gonna have... Can I even meld it? Like, am I actually gonna be able to meld this? I don't think so. I think I need... Yeah, I'm gonna have to level my stuff up, I think. I think I leveled blacksmith. I don't think I leveled up armor. Yeah, I stopped at armor. My blacksmith is 80, but my armor is only 51, so... That's fine. I'll worry about melding shortly. Do I even have someone that can meld over here? Probably not. I probably need to... Yeah. Wait and see where I head next. Oh! There's a question mark thingy. Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. The other members of the Ilsebard contingent are gathered in the royal palace, and I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. guard. Return. Would you like me to see you through? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Who we working with?
By the 12.
Are we gonna get to work with Lise again?
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Dude over here doing his push-ups and everything.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
If you don't die first, in true Game of Thrones style, where they kill off everybody that everybody likes.
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Find it. Together!
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company.
I never noticed she has like a little blonde streak.
Everyone! If I may have your attention.
You're missing one person that I want to see.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must,
Arun Sen.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
I have to take a screenshot of this. This is funny.
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
Can't even see his eyes. Reminds me of something from that show Kids Next Door or whatever.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
What was his name? The kid that had the bowl cut. I can't remember what his name was.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard. in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we.
Yeah, I mean, for kind of an asshole who was trying to overthrow the executioners and take over for himself. If I remember right, if I remember that he's that guy. He's kind of cool. A little bit of a hothead.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
Why is a thaumaturge freaking blowing me a kiss?
Your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Hell yeah.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
No. Oh no.
Lord Emanolaine?
Yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service.
Dear Fortolf.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
This kid needs to go home. Oh man. May your graceful prancing lead the way. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. Alright. I hope he says that kind of sarcastically.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorat with my tales of daring do.
His daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
You know, probably got caught up in a snowstorm or something.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Yep.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
I bet you it's the fox dudes. Or the turtles.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh! Even better! I'm loving this.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
I love her.
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Oh, they're from Baja.
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage.
I didn't see the Dalmascan
infiltrating
walkthrough.
Imperial facilities.
Happy to see some bunny girls.
Since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Sid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders.
Speaking of which, where's
who stands
Fordola?
with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Yay, bunny girls.
Lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
Yes. Let
to
us.
reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
Okay.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Right then. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Malja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climates of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction of the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can aid cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea through their eagerness to do more, has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warning scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Why am I doing this? Just put the box out and just let them all grab one. Really? Like, why? Warning scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Yep. Many thanks. The talismans will prove to be the deciding factor in battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I chose by Lord Americ. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. I don't know who this person is that added me on Snapchat. What a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. Of course not. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'll march through all the 7 hells if it gives me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Does he belong there, though? I hear you've got something for us. I do. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why don't they send Aenzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Helfer told me is that they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they've got a good sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land in the middle of a sodden snow of all places. Well, me and the crew will do whatever needs to be doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Yes. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside the Twelves Wood. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. She has made me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can in their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world, or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power of that Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Sweet. You probably need it. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Good! Before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands and in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have not done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yujiri both labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, we will keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay the efforts by ending this war. Sweet, so that's all of them, right? So I don't have to hand any more out? Cool. Do you have a warning skill for me too? Oh, jeez. Of course, Maxima. Of course. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told many times to wear the cold of Ilsbard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You wouldn't worry about Yuri Angar. You needn't worry about Yuri Angar and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Stinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and while we spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of us could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with the style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor I hear? But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsbard without telling me. Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. Oh jeez. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, pursuit of highest quality fashion. Besides, now I can expect others to wear my creations though I've never worn one myself. It's true. So true. Ah, I did have one thing to share. Agnes and Bloomwida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlayan. Why not? You can keep Cryo Company in the Baldesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Agnes and Bloodwada did a fine job carrying on our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I could do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. New clothes for everybody. New clothes. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Jeez. Oh man. I feel like I should transmog or glamour them onto my armor for story purposes. It didn't work. I used the wrong one. Let's see. North Sea Coat. There we go. All prepared. There we go. Starry is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off for another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Oh, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garlemald Ironworks will be referring you to the contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. What fell over? For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of the expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if I were aught we might do to be of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in the entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battle associated with another quest or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. I mean, I didn't think we could get out of it anyway, so whatever. On with the cutscenes.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
It's true. It's totally true.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
I like her armor.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we've come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Is Sicard a gunbreaker by any chance? Because I could have swore that was a freaking gunblade.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
Yes, blow darts. We're gonna use a blowgun, shoot darts at them, and knock them unconscious.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments. And once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
Somebody's always got to bring up the rear.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
I don't like being the trump card. So much writing on the line when you're the trump card. You fuck up, you fuck up. For everybody. Oh, he's got some pretty sick armor.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
As spectacular a fashion as possible, huh?
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Oh! Phrasing, bro.
All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Trust in the plan.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Oh, I made speculation the other day that when Hydaelyn said there was going to be a second person, that she was going to take their soul into the Aetheric Sea. And we're talking about, like, you know, close souls. This dude, he'd be the next one to go. If he goes in lone wolf, what if he dies? I'm just guessing everybody's
Very
gonna
well.
die at this point.
I wish you the best of luck.
They gave him cool armor, so of course he's gonna die, right? How I feel sometimes. Like, they give you something like being close to a character, and next thing you know, they just rip it from you. Okay, so assuming there's nothing else confirmed, you may commence the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Solid barrel combo. Nebula, reduce damage. Mask your presence, making it impossible for most enemies to detect you. Increase movement speed, cannot be cast in combat. Throws a bomb that confuses defensive guard dogs. Neutralizing them has no effect on Imperial soldiers. Magitech. Sudden takedown. When hidden, delivers an attack that neutralizes Imperial soldiers. When the target is Magitech weaponry or a dog, it will attack with a potency of 100. It can only be executed while under the effect of swift deception. Okay. Oh. I need to... Shit. The Magitech armor is like right there. Alright. Incapacitated. Can I go through there? I can. Do these enemies come back? I don't even know like how much hiding that I need to do here.
Must be losing my touch.
In a place to hide, okay.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Okay.
Good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point. Must be losing my touch.
There. Alright, so that's been struggled through. We need to go over there.
Seven hells.
No, right? Shit. Can I kill it? Can I kill it? Can I kill it before? Nope. Let's get out of here. Let's do it. Come on. Get in there. Okay. Control terminal right here. Shit. Control terminal. Get it. Get it while he's not looking. That's it? Hell yeah, dude.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Hell yeah.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Beep-a-dee-dee-dee. Look at that. Explosions. A few moments later, at the rear of Ilsbard's contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
No. Everybody run.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friend! The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Okay, so they want me to go all the way up there.
We're the only ones still struggling. Oh, we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Just realized I didn't have my fucking grit turned on. Oh, hi. What's this?
right back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more.
I like how they added the portraits right here. I really do.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Didn't. Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
The
trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh shit.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I'm here. Everybody, I'm here.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
It's y'all's fault. Y'all had me in the rear.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now. Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
One thing I'm not a fan of with the new Salted Earth is I used to run into battle when you had like two split groups, and I would put the Salted Earth down on top of one group and run at the other group in order to kind of start throwing some aggro out onto both of them and hopefully get them kind of grouped together. So it's a little frustrating that I can't do that now, but other than that though, I enjoy not having that extra click.
Do not fall behind!
Oh, hello. Interesting fight. Alright, so if I go... No... I didn't really know where to stand right there. I'm just like, fuck, I'm just gonna stand over here. I just realized she was standing right there. There's just some things that happen sometimes and you just can't remember, like... Oh, okay. They're all coming in. They're not gonna do the weird blasty ray thing. Okay. That makes this a whole lot easier then. Oh, hi. Oh, she's doing the thing.
Before the sun!
Sweet. I think she loves it when she does that. It's like her go-to thing.
The worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
What?
Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply?
Black Caravan's fine. You know.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
The crazy looking tower, dude.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes.
Those Garlemald that we were looking at in the trailers.
Desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solace single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
So ominous, dude.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp.
Alright, number 4.
If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Okay. Speak to Aetherite. Oh man, love walking in here and seeing people with their cool mounts and cool barding on their chocobo. So cool. Love it. In spite of obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds pace. Just a little farther and reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishtola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp? Alisei and I will join you there. Sure, we'll do a little more tasks, I guess. Meeting, yes. I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with the palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I feel in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly toward it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable Still can't talk. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping anchor my senses in here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few minutes. Alright. Come here, Raha. You would please know most of the tempered have quartered inside the nearby building are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled in the first signs of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there's no conclusive evidence, I would strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Everybody's just chilling out over here. Oh, get up here. Get up here. Thank you. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows.
I have to go pee is what my present situation. Away. Alright. Alright. There we go.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
I'm getting hungry too, man. Hungry and tired again.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
True. Very true.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Just call Sid and he'll fix it.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
I don't know about that.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
There you go. They've got other things going on that they're taking care of.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
He's right.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something
guard
else in
duty.
mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. Extensive travel is something of an underestimate, but I suppose if there is nothing else that needs doing. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. That's the one.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits. And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action.
Yes, absolutely.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste.
Especially since I'm hungry in real life too. Alright, I can turn this in finally. Gods be good if this cold with Tartar clothing. I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her the next time we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there's any survivors, we must find them and quickly. Alrighty, so before I jump into the next quest, I'm gonna go make me a quick snack. I'm just gonna leave it here on the screen. Hopefully some interesting stuff comes up. Hey, there's Gildy. Hopefully some interesting stuff pops up to keep you guys interested, but if not, well, I'll be right back here within like next few minutes. Back to the questing. Okay. I don't think Alice even really knows the guy, but she already sounds like she hates him. Hmm. Mana Lane is kind of annoying, to be honest with you. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? Hillock. There's no mistaking. It's a girl. Of course, he sees a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. Looks like she's running away from something. Though, surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. Oh, Jesus. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. We should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone. You're on the verge of freezing to death. Probably. Actually, very thoughtful. Thank you. Won't you need some for yourself? Oh no, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go and Godspeed. He's going to be complaining about the cold here very soon. I know it. Head that way. Oh. We're getting closer. Do so without drawing her attention. Oh no. I'm gonna have to hide behind this, ain't I? Like, how close can I get? You stay away. Nope. I have a feeling this segment's going to end when she gets attacked by something and I have to save her. The final spurt for this little squirt. Aha! Found it. That's gotta be something, dude. Just like, you turn around, and there's just someone standing right there that wasn't there before. Hmm? The Cinia. Okay. I managed to stay sane. I asked myself the same question ever since that night. And the roar, that terrible roar. And the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. You know what? I just realized. When we were fighting that one Imperial chick, the one that had all the armor, she didn't say anything. I think she was in a thrall too. Had to be. Fled as far as my legs would take. Smart. Good call. You have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone safe and didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you were here to help, can you? Watch, he's gonna go inside. There's gonna be a bunch of children. They just want to play. They just want their home warmed. That's all. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, I'll say. Oh, fire burning in no time. Maybe build it under the gazebo. You know what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Just don't set the place on fire, dude. I'll get some pants. Sorry, I was still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all the running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. Man, fuck. I hate doing that. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you could do to help them? I mean, Alphino is a sage. Oh, that's so cool. They add the ambient music from the radio instead of just putting out ambient music. I love that. It's a little touch like that that actually, like, adds immersion. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now, it would be a good occasion to make use of Emanalian's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Should make sure everyone gets one. Numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture. Never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. You know what else works? Chili and soup. Warm chili and warm soup. And stew. Stew. I love stew. I'm calling it that seems absurd after what happened. There's nothing more than ruins now. Talking about the city. Few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow, food production, water purification. The Magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. That machina remains operational, cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia engines is full of the stuff. For all the good it does. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Ah, it was a joke. A joke! Aha! But laugh is that I may not weep. So said the poet, unless my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire while our brethren died. or live as on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. Then morning came. Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. When the rabble rose, the disheveled remains, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly toward the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, not my conscience preserved. Now I wait for my fellow cowards in our final judgment. What do you want? Here, take this, motherfucker. A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. May as well, I brought it for you. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted from the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amoenus it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcast station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancient homeland of Locus Amoenus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It's a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen the catastrophe and chose to conceal himself, that one day make his triumphant return. I'm gonna have to let him know, aren't I? Yes, I'm sure that Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Brother, have I got a story for you. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading toward the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilian men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Nah, dude, we flew. Airships. Then there might be a way to... Yesenia, where is everyone? I thought that was everyone, girl. Is something the matter? Yeah, there was a voice. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almesti has found his way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlement. Some have been known to attack people, too. You're lying. I have just an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose jobs to extract ceruleum. Still do, from what we can tell. We already asked if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have, and we can't get on our own. Top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all these creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? You only need enough ceruleum to last until others are strong enough to travel to your camp. And if the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and you don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You'd best watch out for a baby almasties while we're away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll make sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However, you decide to head there, please be careful. This is a task that I must undertake, so that way I can aid those in need. Come on, Porksy, let's go. Somebody else doing this over here. I shall assist. I shall not assist, because it is over. That will come in handy later. We'll come and get that later, though. I wanna try and collect as many of them as I can in a way that I could make a video with it. Burly Tapper. Who goes there? How did you find us? I mean, you're standing out in the open, dude. What do you mean I stand out here like a sore thumb? Did exactly what I said. Humph. If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha, looks like the boot's on the other foot now. Capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to seeing you negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. You guys done? You guys done being dicks? Dick bags? There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you need a hand. Someone must have let slip I've had a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I'm here on official business, bitch. The Orzins and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Girabania, Yangsha, Baja, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing to the new Garlemald, says we. About the new thing that escaped more or less unscathed, the ceruleum engines, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough power to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps us stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent you've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but you're all free to go now. Why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald is, as we knew it, is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what Ilsbard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is actually already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? Suppose there's plenty of time to ponder that for later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Open this. Equip. Update gear set. There we go. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoil sent you? To turn to the enemies for help, they must be desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get around there. I may refuse Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to change, but I can spare them bottles worth of ceruleum. Consider it worth a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister secret from us, but we can ask about that after we deliver the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Come, Porksy, let's go. Oh, you know what would work real well in this area? Polar bear. Yeah. Polar bear. They're more adapted to this type of weather anyway. Makes more sense than to subject my Porksy to all this. Isn't it right? It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. You can't have gone far. They asked me to help carry supplies. When I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us, you know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you win, put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we've got bigger problems. Found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invaded our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Garland should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We are waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot say how Luciana and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. These kids are dumb. Two fresh set of footprints. Young woman, judging by the size. It's definitely them. Come on. Polar bear! Trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose the route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could easily do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Come on, dude. There's one. Let's come over here. Empty bottle. Empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates that it's been here for some time and unlikely to have any connection to Lucinda and her sister. Shit. Yeah, it's probably for these dudes over here. Look at these! They're so cute! Finally hit level 83, so that's good. These are things I need to destroy. Need to destroy with my hunting log. More XP! Oops. always funny when it says that you got sacks of nuts for doing the hunts. Blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Trail of blood leads southeastwards. Okay, so one of them got hurt. Is that it over here? You dummies, why did you guys come out here? The two bodies are already cold. Idiots.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Mm-hmm. I know.
No. Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
Use some of your magic.
We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Damn, dude. This is like... This feels to me like some weird shades of like an alternate universe World War II type shit, like situation. To me, for some reason. I don't know. Like, people that think that they're in the right, because they've been corrupted by their own leadership and everything, to an extent, right? Like, they've had a narrative forced down their throats for, like, so long, and they believe in their leadership because that's what they're told, and then next thing you know, everything falls around them, and the people that are there to help them are actually causing more harm than good because, you know, these people are taking their own lives by accident. Even just by simply believing these people. It's weird. Sucks. I don't know. Elfno's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We've already caused enough harm here. Return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make a report to Lucia. Do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. That was rough, man. That was a rough quest. St. Alphino tell me they've finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
That shit sucks, man. Seriously.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
Nothing.
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald.
Really intriguing. I think you have an idea of what was going on to begin with.
The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
Just getting messages at random times.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Absolutely.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
It really does.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Oh, what happened now?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Yeah, sure, why
I
not?
think we do.
Of course you do. It'd be dumb not to.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
What?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
The one that's good at talking.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
No.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
And give them some supplies too while you're at it. You'll be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Proper. Right. Your safe return takes precedence over all else, remember this. Tancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. And you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. Your full cooperation. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm LSA, he's Alpha No. Last but not least, there's Syrah. Syrah? Where have I heard that before? No matter. No matter. Alpha No and LSA will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being any dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run for the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creature bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alpha No and LSA will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason, or lose... Oh my god. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yeah, let's go. A brisk walk. A brisk walk, you say? That's not a walk. That's a run. It must be the road he mentioned. If we follow this, it should lead us to the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. I don't doubt it. I bet you're slipping around a lot. Wet stone is not easy to run on. Probably easier to run in the snow than that. Even then, that can just be a sheet of ice. Get over here, away from the Jotun. Okay. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Fuck. Knew it. North of the station is Regio Dumarum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? Julius knows only too well that dangers lurk around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast. Keep to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. We'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, we're here to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guy in the back, I would not take that chance. As said, let us proceed. See why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a care for the afflicted or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them are butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Toward the Jotun? Really? Jotun. What's up, Goku? Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. Of course we're not being followed. Told you this before, dude. That's what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before, only out of desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Are we following the railway looking for a dead body at the end? You go do your own thing over there. Oh, wow. Look at what they become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Yeah. Those exposed to vast quantity of primal aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen the monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you think twice before speaking of a cure. I mean, they could probably still be cured. I don't mean shit. Probably just be brain dead, though. would probably be more of a gift to them to just kill them outright. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine this way. Yeah, I guess I understand why he doesn't trust us, because, you know, we are the enemy. I wouldn't trust me either, probably. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. Now serves as our headquarters. We've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon. Just wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. This is one of those situations where I'm like, do I trust him? Like, should I really trust him? Plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. I think I've done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search for food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They must be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Why do I feel like we're gonna get trapped inside? You know, just me. There are people over here, so maybe not.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
I might have to fight my way out now.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, But there is one condition. Collar them.
What?
What are these?
Bomb collars, probably.
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Okay, close enough.
Stop.
Shot collars.
Keep away from that one.
Yeah, you don't want
The
to fuck with me
champion
anyway.
of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Shit.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
To destroy those fucking towers, dude. Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. In the coldest, blackest of nights, eager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. There we go. That's the one. Thanks, horse fart.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Because you don't know me, bitch.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yeah, you brought us here. What did you expect was going to happen?
Sir.
That's only an level 82 quest. I'm only level 83. This stream alone has been 4 hours. I've done at least a total of about maybe 10, 15 hours worth of streaming. I'm either going really slow with the story or this is going to pick up at some point. But let's go over here. Get this real quick. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm getting a little tired. My sleep schedule isn't the same as you mere mortals. So I'm going to catch me a little bit of a nap. I'll probably come back to stream in the next few hours. At some point I gotta do some laundry, so I'm hoping to get that done. So, but anyway, I will see you guys later. Thank you guys for stopping by, and I'll see y'all next time.